Will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Here we have a communication from the House of Delegates. Call on the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslow.
Mr. President, I would move that we waive the reading of the communications from the House.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 5.
Ayes 31, noes 5. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. Call on the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended and that SR 734 be taken up for immediate consideration.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and SR 734 be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 0.
Ayes 36, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration. Clerk will please read the title.
Senate Resolution number 734, commending Michael Paul Williams.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the resolution be agreed to.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you all may know, Michael Paul Williams is one of the columnists for the Richmond Times-Dispatch, and he was awarded a Pulitzer Prize this year for commentary for his opinion pieces written last summer on the subject of the Confederate monuments in Richmond. We are very proud that he is now one of, I believe, 3 honorees for the Richmond Times-Dispatch and among a handful from Virginia. He will be here for a Center Hall presentation tomorrow, and I move the resolution be agreed to so that we can get a copy for him.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move that...
Mr. President.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Before the gentleman makes a motion, would the gentleman yield for a question?
Senator yield.
I yield.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, if the gentleman, thank you, gentleman, for yielding. I imagine the gentleman's going to make the motion that he was kind enough to indicate that he's going to make, and if so, after the motion is made, it is my understanding that there is no debate. So I would like to ask the gentleman, does he plan to make the motion that we limit debate to a certain amount of time for each amendment?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I'd respond to the gentleman from Bedford that the intended motion would be a Rule 46A, Romanet 6, a motion to limit debate with a limitation of 3 minutes per each side based on the LD numbers that are provided on your desk.
Mr.
Each
President.
would be limited to 3 minutes for each LD number.
Further question?
Mr. President, I thank the gentleman for the answer. Would the gentleman yield for another question?
Senator yield.
I yield.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I know the gentleman wants to limit the debate. I know that the time is short, and we are now past 6:30. I would ask the gentleman that given the fact that this bill is a bit unusual, it has not received any public input. The bill did not go before any subcommittee, which is normally extended debate and deep study and normally public hearings, and given the fact that this bill did not have amendments available in Finance Committee, I just ask the gentleman that if this is the proper time to use a very unusual rule to limit debate, or should we not encourage members to limit debate?
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, I'd respond to the gentleman from Bedford that I believe both of our caucuses probably have had similar conversations on not repeating and making arguments concise. Furthermore, Mr. President, I'd answer the gentleman from Bedford that we've in fact received plenty of emails on various proposals, including the amendments that are before us today, in terms of advocacy groups. While I would certainly agree with the gentleman, this is a little bit unusual in terms of circumstance, in terms of the cadence of what we normally do. This is also not normal times. And so I do appreciate the gentleman's comments, but think there has been sufficient time for both members to read, to understand, reach out, as I have, on various amendments to fact find and further identify issues. And believe that the cadence of which we're setting sets the tone to not repeat various issues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Further question?
With the gentleman's permission, just speaking briefly, and then I'll yield back to him because he was so kind to yield to me.
Senator's the floor.
But just briefly, Mr. President, I would hope we would not do this. This, in my tenure, would be the only time I've ever seen it. It doesn't mean that in the clerk's time or otherwise. But we are now in the 11th hour on a bill that will actually spend more money than we normally spend in discretionary funds for 4 to 5 years of the legislature. We just have not had the time or the ability to have a true public hearing. There has been no subcommittee meeting, and I get it. This is an unusual time, but no amendments have been allowed. This is it. This is all of it. This is it for about $3.5 billion, understanding that about $800 million will be left. So, Mr. President, first, I thank the gentleman for the kindness of the notice. That was very kind of you and very much the way the Senate operates. Number two, I would just say that I would hope that we would not do this. And then with that, Mr. President, I would yield back to the senator.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I appreciate the gentleman from Bedford's comments, and I do use this motion judiciously. But, Mr. President, I would move that we limit debate to 3 minutes per side based on the LD numbers on the pink sheets provided to your desk.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate limit debate for each LD number to 3 minutes per side? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Motion fails. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. Question is, shall the debate be limited to 3 minutes per side for each LD number? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The motion is agreed to. Debate will be limited to 3 minutes per side for each LD number.
Returning to your pink sheet, Senator Barker, 213-00234A. There's 3 amendments.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm first move that we take the amendments up in a block.
Without objection, Senator has the floor.
All right. This is a technical amendment to correct an entity that would receive funds from the as part of this budget action. There are 3 jurisdictions that have combined sewer overflows that are projects to address the issues with those. Those are in Richmond, Lynchburg, and Alexandria, and reference was made in the drafting of the proposal to each of those jurisdictions. However, in Alexandria's case, it's not the city that runs the sanitation authority. There is an authority that is set up to do that in Alexandria. What this does is it changes the name of the entity that would receive, the public body that would receive the funds, to City of Alexandria, Virginia Sanitation Authority, and clarifies that the matching funds that are required would be provided by that entity. With that, I would hope it would be a pleasure of the body to adopt this amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the LD number?
That's the next one.
Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The floor amendments are agreed to.
LD 21300259A, Senator Barker. There are 3 amendments.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Again, Mr. President, I ask that we take these up in a block.
Without objection.
There are 3 amendments. All are basically worded the same. This is related to the rent relief program and eviction issues that are incorporated, which we first addressed during the special session we had last fall. When we addressed the issues regarding evictions last fall, we set up 2 different processes for dealing with providing relief. One is to use rent relief funds, which are available as part of the ARPA funds that are available, as well as the legislation that was done at the federal level in late December, the last week of December, where Senator Warner had been heavily involved in getting that done. What we also have adopted last year, which with the senator from Alexandria, was a payment plan process that would apply where in situations where there are landlords who have 5 or more units, they must offer a payment plan when someone falls behind on their rent to give them about 6 months to catch up. What this does is it requires all landlords to pursue the rent relief program, but it does not change the fact that we exempted last fall landlords who have less than 5 units. So they're 1 to 4 units. They do not have to offer a payment plan to address the shortages that people have had in terms of being able to cover that rent. What this does is just refers back to that action that was taken then, so that judges who would be dealing with the eviction cases understand that those with 1 to 4 units are not required to offer a payment plan.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendments are agreed to.
Senator Hackworth, there are 2 amendments.
Senator from Tazewell, Senator Hackworth.
Yes, Mr. President. I would ask to take these up in a block.
Without objection, Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move that the amendments be agreed to on the amendment that I put in about the Coalfield Expressway. Many of you know about the Coalfield Expressway in Southwest Virginia. It's very critical for us. And the estimated cost to complete that's $2.6 billion. What this would do, this would actually give $500,000 for engineering to get that number in a tighter spectrum, not just an estimate. And so I would move to the passage of this, please.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments? Seeing none, question is, shall the floor amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Floor amendments fail.
LD number 21300237A, Senator Kiggins, there are 2 amendments.
Junior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Kiggins.
Mr. President, I request that the amendments be taken up in a block.
Without objection, the senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I rise today to advocate for private inpatient psych facilities and ask for $33 million to pay for staffing to provide immediate interim relief and reduce pressure at state facilities. The state has generously dedicated $200 million to the state psychiatric health facilities, including $45 million for staff bonuses, which is most likely the tip of the iceberg when we're talking about these facilities plagued by staffing shortages and lack of patient beds. So much so that DBHDS had to halt admission at 5 of the 9 state psych hospitals at the beginning of July. There's a lot of ways that we can improve mental health care in Virginia. It is a crisis that I think we can all agree to. Pick any day of the week, open the newspaper, and you'll see that we're talking about the mental health crisis and how we haven't prioritized it in the past. We talk about involuntary admissions, and I know that the state facilities are doing a lot, but the private facilities are doing about 75% of the involuntary admissions still. State facilities are approximately 25%. There's so much room for improvement. I think that the underlying issue here is that we have to get all of the forces that we can get out to provide mental health care for the state of Virginia. We need everybody on this health care team. So to disenfranchise the private facilities while we're funding the state facilities is wrong, and it's an underutilization of a lot of the resources we have here in Virginia. I know before recess, we spoke about how these were Band-Aids or temporary fixes, and we need to include them perhaps in the 2022 budget. But why will we not give some of this money that we have here that's available to support some of these workforce shortages? We're seeing people leave, our healthcare providers, our nurses. They're underpaid, they are overworked, they are facing violence in the workplace. We're having to bring in temporary staffing and contract staffing that's sometimes 2.5 times more the expense. So there's so many ways that we need to be supportive of all staff, everybody that's providing mental health care out there. We also listened to earlier about the TDOs and the issues our law enforcement are plagued with not only transporting TDO people to facilities, but if we opened more beds, perhaps we could alleviate some of that strain on our law enforcement people. And then we listened to our jails. I think we all can agree that we don't want our mental health patients in our jails. These are not the best places to get treatment for them. We want them to be able to receive care, be that state facilities, private facilities, community-based hospital systems, wherever we can get them. We need, again, everybody who can provide care to be a part of this solution. Talking to Sheriff Stolley down in Virginia Beach, he'll tell you he's running the largest inpatient psych facility in the state of Virginia. We need to do better. We need to utilize everyone on our team. We're all one big healthcare team, from the small private practice down the street to the state hospitals to the community-based hospitals to the private facilities. And so I respectfully request that we allow them the $33 million for the private facilities. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. That was the 3-minute time limit. Do any senators with an opposing view to the amendment wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Just wait. The noes have it. The amendments fail. But seeing already 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. Question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The floor amendments fail.
LD number 213002838A, Senator McDougal, one amendment.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the amendment be agreed to and speak to the motion.
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, this amendment is pretty straightforward. We've talked a lot about the budget. Actually, we haven't gotten to talk a lot at all because we are not being permitted to talk about it, but there'll be an opportunity when we have the motion to suspend the rules at the end for us to have a discussion about some of the provisions we can't talk about now. But, Mr. President, what this provision does is give the governor unilateral authority to spend over $800 million. So a quarter of the money in this bill, one individual is going to make the decision. It's not going to come to this body. It's not going to come to the body down the hall. It's not going to be open to the public, which much of this process today is not open to the public, but this will be done unilaterally. Mr. President, that's not the way Virginia government has operated. That is certainly not the way the Senate has operated. We fought to make sure that money would not be able to be spent by the executive branch unilaterally. This gives the governor unfettered authority. Mr. President, this should not be a partisan issue, should not be Republican or Democrat. It should be all of us expecting that our constituents, the citizens of Virginia, know where their money is going, and we have a conversation about it. The only way to preserve that transparency is for us to vote for this amendment.
Mr. President.
For purpose, Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman rise.
Mr. President, I don't know how much time there is left, but
I can let you. Minute and a half left.
I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sorry. 90 seconds. A minute and a half.
Mr. President, I'll be brief. I had the same amendment. Mr. President, as you'll recall, in 2020, we did not put this into the budget. And we saw the governor spend the money that we had put in, and we saw it happen without us. Just a few months ago, we actually put this into the budget. Unanimously, we put it into the budget that you could not spend money unless it was done the way the Constitution expected it to. And once again, in two places in the budget, it shows up again. So between now and the time we're back in session, we're going to have an ability for a governor to spend money. There are a couple of bumpers on it, but for the most part, for the reasons that he determines fall within that provision. Mr. President, I hope we would not give up our legislative duty and we would pass this amendment.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendment? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Floor amendment fails. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. All in favor of adopting the floor amendments will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The floor amendment fails.
LD number 21300-264A, McDougal, 3 amendments.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, believe that you would rule that we've already acted on a provision that's in accord with this amendment, so it is no longer properly before us. Is that accurate?
Senator, you can either withdraw it if you'd like, or we can rule it out of order.
Mr. President, I'm not going to withdraw it, so if you would like to do something else, that's okay.
Thank the Senator. Rule the Senator's amendments out of order.
No, just that was for the sheriff's raise. Mr. President, just maybe a little more explanation. That was the raise for law enforcement, sheriff's deputies, and correctional personnel that we already approved before we took our 4-hour hiatus and are now returning where we can't debate.
Thank the Senator.
LD 21300-285A, McDougal, 1 amendment.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, I move that the amendment pass and speak to the motion.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, this is the amendment that deals with the language that we would typically find in a bill. I can see how it does not affect COVID at all, dealing with student athletes and addressing the use of their name, image, and likeness. Mr. President, there have been no public hearings on this. It's not been to committee. It's not been debated. I don't even know where the language came from because certainly there's been no conversation about it. Mr. President, we heard earlier on an amendment from the Finance Committee Chairman that typically these types of matters are reserved for the general legislative session and not in a special session and not in particularly a special appropriation bill of this nature where we're trying to spend money that was returned from the federal government to the states. Mr. President, I would ask that this body not put this policy decision forward. It could be a brilliant policy decision, or it could have some challenges. I'm not quite sure because we've not been able to have a conversation about it. It does not belong in this budget. It is legislation. It is not budgetary, and I would move that the amendment be agreed to.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman Rise.
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry.
Senator's floor.
Mr. President, as I understood the call of the governor, it was to deal with certain specific areas, one of which, and the primary of which, was the appropriation and disbursement of the federal dollars. And the Department of Treasury articulated 5 categories or buckets that the money had to go into. And Mr. President, my parliamentary inquiry is that does the current language that is contained in the proposed Senate bill, is it in fact fall within the context of the governor's call and also the criteria is established by the Department of Treasury because it involves no appropriation or disbursement of funds?
Senate will come to order. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman, if you wouldn't mind restating your parliamentary inquiry just so everyone is on the same page, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I apologize for my inarticulate obfuscation of what the issue is before Mr. President, but I have enormous respect of your intellectual insight, but I will say this. Mr. President, my motion dealt with whether or not this specific provision of the proposed budget bill was germane and appropriate to be considered. And Mr. President, my position was that we are here as a result of Hey, it's 3 minutes of talking, not 3 minutes of
Thank you, Senator. Sorry, didn't want to interrupt.
I am very accustomed to being interrupted, sir, and usually justifiably so.
Senator,
Mr. President, as I was beginning to say, that we are here in a special session as a result of a very clear and restrictive call by the governor, which fell basically into 3 categories. None of the 3 categories anticipated or in fact explicitly authorized the introduction of any legislation that was not consistent with the call. This particular provision does not deal with COVID. It does not deal with the appropriation and disbursement of money, and it certainly does not deal with the election of judges. Mr. President, I understand that once a bill is before us, that there are those who think that it has enormous elasticity and can consider anything whatsoever. I respectfully disagree with that. I think that in a special session we are constricted to what the call is, and even though some creative individuals would take their ink pen and try to legislate specific legislation within the budget that clearly was not contemplated by the call, that in fact is a violation of what we are dealing with. Not that anyone in this body is a purist, and I feel like that I am a dinosaur when I raise some of these issues, and some of you have heard some preliminary thoughts I've had about the degradation of the integrity of the Senate. This particular issue, Mr. President, I think is most egregious. While I think procedurally it is not appropriate, it is a clear example of trying to legislate through the budget, but this is an issue that has never, and I emphasize the word never, been considered in the legislative process by the General Assembly. And so when we have heard some other arguments, if not posturing on some provisions of this budget about transparency, public input, this is the most glaring example of that, Mr. President, because it has never even been proposed. Never even been proposed 1619 by the legislative branch of government, and I just think it makes it that much more egregious. And I know you're a man of compelling conscience, and I am confident you will rule appropriately that this is not before us.
Thank the Senator. The chair rules that the provision is raised by the Senator from James City County is not properly before the Senate for consideration. With that, there's no further discussion. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to overrule the ruling of the chair.
Senator, the question is, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote?
Mr. President.
Sorry, Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, just to make sure that
sorry.
It has been a while
since...
Senator.
If we can just strike the vote. Sorry, it came right as you were buzzing in. Yeah, if we can strike the vote. Okay. Sorry, Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, just I'm going to phrase this as a parliamentary inquiry to refresh the recollection of all the members. If you think that Mr. President had the accurate ruling, you would want to vote yes. If you think Mr. President had an inaccurate ruling, then you would want to vote no. So a green vote would be in support of Mr. President and in support of the position that my amendment was introduced to take.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Okay. Question is, shall the ruling of the chair be, for what purpose, Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
Mr. President, speak to that motion very briefly. Senator from James City County has spoken at great length as to the reasons why this provision of the budget is not properly before the body. I gather from the motion to overrule or affirm the ruling of the chair that some in here take a contrary position. I haven't heard any explanation because, quite frankly, I don't believe that there is an explanation that can be articulated as to why this provision is properly before the body. If the gentleman from Prince William County or anybody else seeks to overrule the ruling of the chair, I think the least that we can ask is for some cogent explanation as to why the ruling of the chair might possibly be an error. So I would ask the gentleman from Prince William or somebody else who supports that motion to please kindly explain to those of us who agree with the chair as to why we should reconsider that position.
Okay, we can just pause it here. Thank the Senator.
Mr. President, is this a non-debatable motion?
It is not. It's debatable. This motion is debatable, and this is about the ruling of the chair. I also wanted to note for this particular motion, it's 5 minutes per side. Senator Obenshain began speaking on that side, so there's 4 minutes remaining for that position, 5 for the other, for anyone else wishes to be recognized. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. Respectfully, the motion has been made to overrule the ruling of the chair for 2 primary reasons. First off, once in special session, the germaneness of the General Assembly is determined by its majority. It can take up any number of matters which it seeks to pursue, and it has in the past. This is no different. Furthermore, our Senate Rule Operating Resolution number 718, which this body also passed, clearly identifies line 17 in terms of bills or resolution requested in writing by the governor. The governor sent this bill down. It's specifically included in this budget bill as included provisions, therefore is properly before this body. And so I offer both the President of the General Assembly, the Constitution, our operating procedures, and our resolution adopted under this special session, Mr. President, respectfully. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben, rise? No? You okay? Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the motion to sustain the ruling of the chair? Seeing none, question is, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 16.
Ayes 24, noes 16. The ruling of the chair is sustained.
What?
For the senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, I'm assuming that you're going to rule that my amendment is now out of order like you did on the previous one since the policy is already adopted.
That's correct, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. That amendment having been ruled out of order.
LD 213-00295A, McDougal, 2 amendments.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the 2 amendments be agreed to. And speaking to the motion.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, this is in reference to broadband, and this is not the first time that you've heard me speak about broadband on this body. Mr. President, the introduced bill has a substantive amount of money for broadband. But, Mr. President, the one thing that I have seen and many of you have seen is that amount, even though substantive, is not enough. Broadband has become vital to most all of my constituents and most of the Commonwealth. Mr. President, a substantial portion of my district, citizens do not have access to high-speed internet, do not have access to work from their homes, do not have access to get education from their homes, do not have access to telemedicine from their homes. Mr. President, they don't have access to these things for miles and miles away. Many of my constituents end up at libraries that are sometimes 40 and 50 miles away from their house to sit in their parking lot for their children to do classwork. Mr. President, in the last year and a half that we have been through, that's unacceptable for Virginia. It's unacceptable for Virginia's children to have to endure that, Virginia's families to have to endure that, individuals wanting to work to have to endure that, and people needing health care to endure that. Mr. President, I had the opportunity to take my daughter Reagan and Morgan with me to a press conference where the governor attended, and we've come up with some very crafty ways to package state money, local money, and private money to solve this problem. But we need to put a bigger chunk to fix it. This should be a priority of this legislature. It should be the priority of this bill. And Mr. President, I ask that the members of this body agree to put $1 billion toward broadband and make sure it's a priority, make sure it's as big a priority for the rest of the Commonwealth as funding Amazon was for Northern Virginia. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. There's 50 seconds remaining for proponents of that position. Call on the senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we are all in agreement that broadband is a very top priority for the Commonwealth of Virginia from every corner of this wonderful state. And I will tell you that I have had many conversations with U.S. Senator Mark Warner, who has committed that he will be bringing additional federal funding down to make sure that we are addressing not only the implementation and the infrastructure issue, but also the affordability issue, because we know that even if you have access to it, some families are not able to afford it. I have worked with the governor's chief broadband advisor, who has worked alongside with the private industry, the local governments, the broadband authorities around the state, as have I. We believe that this is a good number. This will get us where we need to go. As you will recall, last year we made a pilot program permanent that helps to, one, helps harness more private dollars by making our utilities able to put that infrastructure in the ground, which makes it less expensive. We made it able for our localities to enter into the VADI agreements, and we are working hard to end the broadband the digital divide in Virginia. This is a good amount. $700 million is historic. When I became a freshman delegate on the Broadband Advisory Council, we had $1 million total to spend in Virginia. We have now $700 million to spend, which is historic, never been seen before, doing more across than any other state in the entire nation. And I am proud to support this initiative as we have it in the budget. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments?
Mr. President, if no additional senator wishes to speak, I'm not going to lose the last minute.
50 seconds. Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I understand the senator's position that we started with very little and now we have more. But, Mr. President, for my constituents, not the ones in Northern Virginia, but the ones that are my friends and neighbors, they need it now. They don't need it in 10 years. They don't need it in 15 years. They don't need it in 5 years. They need it now. When the United States made a commitment to getting electricity to every house, we thought it was a priority. We found through the pandemic, broadband is a priority. This body needs to make it so by putting the money and committing it today.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments? Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would urge the body to vote this down. We have the ability to close the digital divide in 18 months with the money that is provided. As I stated, U.S. Senator Mark Warner is working closely with us. He will bring additional money to help with affordability. We can do this in 18 months, and I urge you to vote this down because this is a very, very adequate amount that we will be able to do the work that we need to do in Virginia.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Noes have it. Floor amendments fail. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. All in favor of the floor amendments will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The floor amendments fail.
LD 213-002-84A. McDougal, one amendment.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President, and move that the amendment be agreed to. Speaking to the motion.
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, in the budget, we have continued legislation dealing with the private contractual rights of citizens regarding evictions. Mr. President, this provision removes that from the budget and says that people who contract with each other over a residence have the benefit of that bargain. It's pretty straightforward, Mr. President. I'm sure that many people, other people wish to speak, so I'm not going to use all the time. But Mr. President, particularly in the rural areas, you have individuals who are renting residences, renting places in their residence, and they have to make a mortgage, and they're reliant on that rent in order to be able to do it. And we're prohibiting them from being able to evict a person who is not paying, and many people are struggling.
Thank the senator. 2 minutes, 2 seconds remaining in that position. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendment? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The floor amendment fails. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. Question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 20, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 19, noes 20, Rule 36-1. The floor amendment fails.
LD 213-00220A, Obenshain. There are 3 amendments.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that these be considered in the block and move that they pass.
Without objection, Senator has the floor.
Speaking to the amendments, Mr. President, members of the Senate, this budget has language in it dealing with election integrity, which seems to be the term du jour in Washington as well as in states across the country. On page 8 of the budget, you will see that there are some extraordinary items in there. At line 465, there's $1.5 million being allocated to the Department of Elections for something that I scratch my head over, and I don't know what in the world it means. It says to combat misinformation about Virginia elections. It also, at lines 478 through 482, gives unlimited, broad discretion to the governor to spend unspecified, presumably unlimited additional amounts for appropriate reasons. We don't know what those reasons are, but apparently we're going to vest with the governor the authority to make these decisions about what is in the best interest of election integrity. Now, I just want to give the body one more chance to take a look at something that we've visited over the past couple of years, and that is election integrity in terms of voter identification. On June 20 of this year, in the debate in Washington, no less authority, Democratic authority, on election integrity than Stacey Abrams said, and I'll quote, that Democrats are opposed to voter ID is one of the fallacies of Republican talking points. She says no one has ever objected to having to prove who you are to vote. It's been part of our nation's history since the inception of voting. Given the apparent change of heart in Washington and among national Democrats, it is my hope and belief that it would be the sense of this body that if we're going to allocate unlimited additional appropriate funds to the governor to enhance election integrity, that we might take this modest step that polls are showing is supported by not just Republicans, but Democrats and independents in large majorities. This is a common sense measure. We made a mistake taking this out of the Code of Virginia. It needs to go back.
Thank the senator. 16 seconds remaining on that position. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Floor amendments fail. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. Question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. Floor amendments fail.
LD 213-00257A, McDougal, 1 amendment.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move the amendment be agreed to.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is pretty straightforward, and it's in conjunction with an amendment that we already discussed. This amendment gives the governor, yet again, unfettered ability to appropriate grants that are not laid out in this document. It says any additional grants not listed, the governor gets to execute before we come back to next session. This is a little better than the last one because at least the governor has to let us know that he's done these. And so there is some knowledge that these grants will be executed, but this legislature has no ability to discuss them, no ability to vote on them. The public has no ability to have a say in whether these grants move forward. They could be great, they could be horrific, but this body and the body down the hall and Virginians should be involved in the spending of these resources. Mr. President, I ask that this body agree to returning authority to this legislature.
Thank the senator. Minute 55 remaining on that position. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendment? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. Floor amendment fails. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will now have a recorded vote. Question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. Floor amendment fails.
LD 213-00167A, D staff, 3 amendments.
The senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D staff.
Yes, Mr. President. I'd like to explain this amendment and put the 3 in a block.
Without objection, the senator has the floor.
And what this does, Mr. President, is it repeals the Virginia Overtime Wage Act, which was adopted by the 2021 General Assembly Special Session 1. In doing this, it actually puts us in compliance with the federal law and the way the federal law came down on this. Mr. President, what this does, it allows for law enforcement, public safety, sanitation workers, EMS, any city employees, any government employees, the ability to make the decision whether they want to take overtime pay or compensated time off. And, you know, a lot of the folks that are junior who want more time off would rather have comp time than overtime. And a lot of the senior people who are very, very senior would rather have comp time than overtime. And Mr. President, that's exactly what this does. It doesn't expend one more dollar in the budget. There is no financial impact whatsoever on this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. 2 minutes, 2 seconds remaining on that position. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Gentleman, yield for a question.
Will the senator yield?
Mr. President, happy to yield.
And I would ask the gentleman, I'm trying to see him through the steel cage here, but I know that there's some other amendments that are coming down the pike on the Overtime Act that are not a full repeal. How does his version marry up, or how does it compare with these other versions?
Senator, it's the floor.
Mr. President, I've not done a side-by-side comparison between mine and the other amendments on this. I know that this makes us, with a complete repeal, we're compliant now with the federal law. I don't know what the other one does, and to be honest, I've read it, but I've not dug in and done a side-by-side comparison.
I thank the gentleman.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The floor amendments fail.
LD 213-00191A, D staff, there are 3 amendments.
Senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D staff.
Mr. President, I move the floor amendment and would like to first combine all 3 of them into one.
Without objection.
Take them in a block.
Without objection, the senator has the floor.
Mr. President, explaining this floor amendment, the state is currently buying the lowest cost, technically acceptable PPE. The result of this is we're buying Chinese imports with no FDA compliance and no ASD. There's another one that I'll get to in a second for compliance. But manufacturers that we've asked to spin up and support creating PPE during our time of crisis now have full warehouses and idle lines because China is dumping inferior PPE that is less than the cost of shipping it from China to here. Mr. President, the state and healthcare systems should be buying American-made or at least ASTM certified and FDA approved quality masks. And we are not doing that at this point in time. Mr. President, all the states around us have been doing this. This is our opportunity to do the right thing and go and support the manufacturers that have come to our request, spun up manufacturing to do PPE when we needed it the most. And Mr. President, when the ASTM standards have been tested, every one of the Virginia manufacturers meet or exceed ASTM certifications and FDA-approved quality standards. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank the senator. About a minute 30 remaining on that position. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The floor amendments fail.
LD 21300-304A, McDougal, 4 amendments.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the amendments in a block be agreed to. And speaking to that motion.
Without objection, and the senator has the floor.
Mr. President, if this was a traditional budget bill, I probably would have just asked for an explanation or would have gotten it in discussion in a committee. But, Mr. President, what this provision of the bill says is $600,000 to the Department of Juvenile Justice for mobile smartphones for agency staff. I remind the members that there are less than 300 juveniles now being held by the Department of Juvenile Justice across the state. And if you have a cheaper version of a smartphone like my SE iPhone, that would mean for $600,000 that you could get a lot of smartphones. A lot of smartphones. So you could get 1,200 smartphones. So that's more than 4 per juvenile in the system. So, Mr. President, maybe there is a rational reason that we need to give so much money for state employees to have smartphones, but there's not been a meeting for me to hear what that is, and so I put an amendment to remove it.
Thank the senator. With a minute 40 left on that position, what purpose senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the gentleman from Hanover yield for a question?
Senator Yield.
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask the gentleman, could this possibly be not people who are working at the Bon Air facility, which is I think the gentleman was referencing, but could be probation officers all throughout the Commonwealth who are in need of these phones? They're juvenile justice employees as well.
Senator's floor.
Mr. President, I had difficulty hearing the gentleman's question because of the echo through the box, but I think he's asking, could it be for certain other employees throughout the Commonwealth? And Mr. President, I would answer the gentleman, maybe, but we've not had a committee hearing for there to be a discussion. There's not been a place to find out what that answer is. Mm-hmm. And so, Mr. President, when I saw $600,000 for mobile smartphones, which looks like 1,200 phones to me at my SE price, and if you got them bulk, my guess is it's more than 1,200 phones. I thought that it should be something that we discuss.
Mr. President, if I could speak to the issue.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been advised that it is for probation officers. We have 31 court service units, each with usually dozens of probation officers. I would assume that perhaps the folks at the Bon Air Juvenile Correctional Center would also be eligible for these, and I would ask that the amendment be rejected. Thank you.
Mr. President, would the Senator yield for a question?
Senator yield?
I yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, could the Senator tell me how many juvenile probation officers there are in the Commonwealth of Virginia?
Senators, the floor.
No, Mr. President, I cannot give him that information. I knew that 20 years ago. I no longer have that available.
Further question?
No further questions.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments?
Mr. President, does anybody wish to speak in favor of the amendment?
Not that I'm seeing. So if the senator would like to.
Mr. President, I think that this is illustrative of the fact that this process is not open and transparent. We could have reasonable reasons for this. This number could be right. It could be wrong. We can't even have a conversation on the floor of how many potential employees would get the phones because we don't know. Mr. President, this is not the way we should do business in Virginia. We should be having discussions. We should have this information. It should go through a committee process where it's open to the public and people ask questions and know. Mr. President, I'm going to have to go back and tell my daughter what we did. She's going to say, how come you were at the Capitol past 10 o'clock the last 2 nights? And I'm going to tell her. She's going to say, Diddy, why? And I'm going to say, we're trying to spend your money reasonably, but even as your senator and your Diddy, I don't have any idea who it's going to. I mean, we're laughing, but this is absurd. Virginians deserve better.
Senator is out of time. For what purpose does the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Would the gentleman from Western Fairfax yield for a question?
Senator yield. About 2 minutes.
I yield.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask the gentleman that, not knowing the number of juvenile probation officers in the Commonwealth of Virginia, can the gentleman assure this body with certitude that we need $600,000 to purchase those phones?
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, I'm not an expert in the purchase of cell phones. However, I can say that asking employees to use their own cell phones in the conduct of their duties, I think, is inappropriate. These are folks who are out in the field constantly in need of communication, not only for their own safety, but for communications with their clients. And clearly, this has been a need for some point in time. Otherwise, the amendment would not have been would have been placed into the budget. I just can't run the numbers for you, but there are hundreds and hundreds of probation officers in the Commonwealth of Virginia and hundreds of employees at the Bon Air Juvenile Correctional Center. Thank you.
Senator, further question?
Speaking to the measure, Mr. President.
Senator's the floor. 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't think there's anybody in this body that probably is as knowledgeable and engaged with the Department of Juvenile Justice and has the experience than the senator from Western Fairfax. With that said, and I also would agree with him that these probation officers need phones, but before we spend $600,000, I think we need to know with certainty that that money is needed and that it's necessary, and if we can't establish the number of employees that need those phones, then I can, in good conscience, vote for that expenditure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The floor amendments fail. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. Question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 20.
Ayes 19, noes 20. The floor amendments fail.
LD 213-00276A, Ruff, 2 amendments.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the amendments in a block. This amendment is before you at the request of the Petersburg-Hopewell region. It would appropriate $2.5 million for the creation of a museum to recognize women in the military at Fort Lee. This initiative is intended to increase tourism and awareness of the contributions of women in the military to support the governor's efforts to expand diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendments are adopted. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. Question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 22.
Ayes 18, noes 22. The floor amendments fail.
LD 213-00229A, D-Stuff, there are 3 amendments.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D-Step.
Mr. President, this just redirects, not really redirects, it just clarifies with an amendment that allows the $1 million that goes from the Tourism Authority to provide the City of Virginia Beach the development of an African-American historical and cultural education content with community stakeholders. What this does, Mr. President, is it allows more than one group to be present and help with creating the content. The way the original budget amendment was put together, it had a couple of little issues with it. One, it had Virginia, not Virginia Beach, which was a mistake in one of the bills. And the second one, it had it down to just one organization instead of a true group of stakeholders with multiple organizations within the community. So, Mr. President, that's the explanation of this amendment. I hope the body would pass it. Thank you.
Thank the senator. With 2 minutes remaining on that position, do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The floor amendments fail.
LD 213-00241A, Senator Hanger, 1 amendment.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the amendment. And speaking to that briefly, this deals with, it's a language amendment which would extend a 12.5% increase in Medicaid home and community-based services funding extended from the end of this calendar year to the end of the fiscal year. Why that is important is because of it's a timing issue, Mr. President. We currently are essentially in a crisis. We know we're in a crisis with the delivery in our mental health institutions, but our community-based services are provided largely through their community service boards and private providers, and they are experiencing that same crisis due to a number of reasons. We're in a good situation because the American Rescue Plan Act has provided funding, an increase in Medicaid funding for this very purpose, and it's restricted to this purpose, and it's going to create a fund of state savings of $273 million. And this money can be applied then for continuity of services in this particular area. I had the opportunity to co-chair a joint subcommittee that oversaw the downsizing of our state training centers. We went from thousands of people down to just one facility in Chesapeake. Many of these individuals, thousands of them, are out in the community being provided these services. We owe it to them to make sure that we appropriately fund these services, and we have the ability to do it through this funding. Also, I would suggest that we are currently in a rate study. And when that rate study is completed, we're going to find that we're going to come back here in January and have to look forward to the next biennial budget in applying probably upwards of $200 million or so to make up for where we need to be in appropriately funding this area. I ask your concurrence.
Thank the senator. With 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining on that position, call the senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd urge the members of the Senate to support this amendment. This is, I think, a good technical fix that will put some of our community-based providers in a much better position. As the Senator Emmett Hanger indicated, the 12.5% is, I think, a critical element, and again, would support this position and the amendment moving forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howell, rise?
I know we're out of time, but I just want to urge everyone to vote for this amendment.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted.
LD 213-00260A, Senator Hanger, 2 amendments.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that this this amendment, proposed amendment, go by temporarily. There is another amendment which addresses it. When I was briefed on the budget actions of the governor, it occurred to me that the last time we had special federal funding, we decided to make it fair and appropriate money to our local police departments that normally get funding through the 599. The difference here, of course, is we are looking to be more generous now with the deputies, and there's another measure out there that I think should be heard first, and then if we need to, we can come back to this. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Without objection, LD will go by temporarily.
LD 213-00277A, Senator Stanley, 2 amendments.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. With regard to this proposed budget amendment, in light of the fact that what this budget amendment was an increase or bonus payments to law enforcement, especially our deputy sheriffs, and having that been addressed by the new senator from Tazewell's part, that was found in my Part A, since that was addressed in the previously approved budget amendment, and understanding that the senator from Bedford has basically the Part B in terms of what is left of that, which would address bonuses and payments to all local law enforcement. I would ask, Mr. President, that this budget amendment be withdrawn.
Thank the senator. Without objection, these amendments are withdrawn.
LD 213-00278A, Stanley, 3 amendments.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we take up these amendments in a block, please.
Without objection, Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the body, basically what we've had, and certainly COVID has put a stress on our court systems, and especially in rural areas. We have right now, we're bogged down, or we're trying to get to the point where we can pick 8 judges for the Court of Appeals. We may have backfill that really needs to be backfilled instantaneously, and we just don't have the bandwidth or the time perhaps to even do that. And there are some very good judges, Mr. President, who are reaching the age of 73 and would tap out or time out right now, that quite frankly are still willing to serve, have maxed out on their retirement, so it's not going to cost anything more to VRS. But ultimately, too, if they're still employed, they're not even collecting retirement. So this makes good economic sense just for this time being, where we can look at it again, but keeping these judges on the bench for the time being to raise the age from 73 to 74. So that's what this budget amendment entails.
All right, sorry. For what purpose is the Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Sir Survey?
Sorry, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask whether this particular amendment, and I could also raise about 4 more, are contained within the call of the governor for a special session and the procedure resolution which we adopted, because I don't remember the governor asking us to address judicial retirement ages or CRT or transgendered issues or a lot of other things. And I'm given your ruling on the prior matter, would ask, is this also not outside the scope of the procedure resolution, the governor's call, and not germane to the budget? 3 different issues. Thank you.
No action on that.
Senate will come to order. Currently, there is a parliamentary inquiry with regard to LD number 213-00278A by Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley, and the inquiry related to the germaneness of the amendment to the Senate Resolution 718. The chair rules that the amendment is germane to the resolution.
Mr. President, I want to thank you, and I know everybody around me appreciates that you found this germane so they can vote it down over here. So I really want to thank you for that.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak against the amendment.
Senators, the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take the opportunity of being on both sides of this issue in my career. I actually moved to extend the retirement age when it was 70. We did move it up. I think 74, though, was pretty much a leap too far at this point, not to mention the fact that this really is a non-budgetary issue. This is something that ought to go in front of the Courts Committee in an ordinary committee setting, and so I would ask that we reject the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The floor amendments fail.
LD 213-00279A. Senator Stanley, 2 amendments.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, this was a budget amendment to compensate and provide bonuses for our sworn officers and sheriff's departments and local law enforcement officials. And this one-time bonus, I believe, now has been taken care of by, again, the budget amendment that was approved by this body, put forth by the senator from Tazewell. So based on that, believing that the senator from Tazewell's budget amendment accomplished the goals of what I was trying to accomplish in this compensation and bonus award to our sheriffs, I ask, Mr. President, that it be also withdrawn.
Thank the Senator. Without objection, that LD is withdrawn.
LD 213-00280A. Senator Stanley, 5 amendments.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the amendments be taken up in a block, sir.
Without objection, Senator, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've included in the budget that's before us a certain amount of match money with regard to HVAC systems. We are still looking for guidance as to what that might also entail for construction of schools. I am reminded that, both myself and Senator Marsden, we toured schools with a number of people in the subcommittee in local government, and we found that the major problem was the roof and the roofs. And so when the rain came through the roofs, if you're changing the HVAC and the ductwork, that water's still going to come through. It's still going to create mold. It's probably going to degrade all these systems. So what this proposes is basically to create that roofs fund. It puts a nominal $1 million in it, but it also gives us a place mark and a bookmark in case we want to reappropriate money and do a little more, because we should be doing more for school modernization than just $250 million for HVAC. So what this proposes is giving us a vessel that if we come back and appropriate funds, or even if the governor decides he wants to appropriate more money to the school modernization effort, that we would have a fund by which this body has passed before, a school roofs fund, in order to put that money in there, and so it can go to good use to those schools that really need not just a good HVAC system and air filtration system, but good roofs. Thank you, Mr. President. Roofs.
Thank the Senator. With a minute 45 remaining on that position, call Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola. Senator, I think your mic may not be on.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator. We hear you now. There's the floor.
I'm sympathetic to the intent of this amendment, But when we were briefed on the $250 million that is in this budget, and the language talks about HVAC, when we queried finance staff and the governor's staff, I was told, and we were told publicly, that roofs would be included because some HVAC systems can't function without new roofs. So it is my understanding that where the senator wants to go, where Senator Stanley wants to go, is actually included in the budget language that we have. We may want to do more next session. There may be other issues that we want to take on more comprehensively when it comes to school renovations or modernization. But for the moment, I would ask that we defeat the amendment. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Floor amendments fail.
LD 21300281A, Stanley, 2 amendments.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we passed a bill which creates the NASCAR Heritage Trail. We have over 14 small tracks throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia, from Northern Virginia, Central Virginia, Eastern Shore to South Side and Southwest Virginia. A lot have been out of business because of the COVID epidemic and the COVID pandemic. We need to really kind of get in those, give them some good PR, support their abilities, because they support small towns and small businesses in small towns. And what we really need to do is match what North Carolina has done. North Carolina took the bill that I drafted and that we passed and that is now law in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and they copied it. But not only did they copy it, they gave $5 million to create their NASCAR Heritage Trail. So you're getting a bargain at 2.5. All right, but ladies and gentlemen, as a part of the tourism money that we've allocated for that, we should focus on these small towns, these small tracks, these small businesses. We should really kind of celebrate what is a part of the history of sport in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that's the budget amendment, Mr. President. I appreciate your time.
Thank the Senator. 2 minutes remaining on that position. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The floor amendments fail.
LD 21300252A, McDougall, 2 amendments.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the amendments be agreed to. And speaking to that motion,
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this amendment deals with the Unemployment Trust Fund. Mr. President, the budget puts money into the trust fund, starting this from the allocation from the federal government. As the members are probably aware, that is extremely important because as of today, because of the trigger that occurred on June the 30th, businesses will have to replenish that fund at a substantial cost per each employee. Mr. President, the proposed budget puts over $800 million to that fund, but it does not fully restore the fund. Mr. President, the reason it's important that we fully restore the fund is if the economy takes a downturn and for some unforeseen and unfortunate reason, unemployment increases, we need to make sure that the money is there to be able to pay out the benefits that individuals would need. Mr. President, as we're looking at priorities for this over $4 billion, I would think, in addition to broadband, one of the top priorities would be making sure that workers who no longer have a job can be assured that they will have access to unemployment funds. This takes the number up to $1.3 billion, which would, in essence, fully fund or restore the fund.
Thank the Senator. With a minute 25 remaining on that position, calling the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, that $862 million is more than going to cover this thing. and we just can't take $468 million more. That is simply not needed. The 800, and I've talked to the people representing small business. They are really elated at the 862 million. And I mean, this is we do not need to be moving down this route and taking more than one half of the 800 million. And quite frankly, that money might be needed for something else, which is why it got held back. Okay, we're allocating over 4.3 billion and if you add everything up, it's going to be ultimately over 9, but we do not need a $430-some million amendment. And I would hope it'd be the pleasure of the Senate to vote no.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Noes have it. The floor amendments fail.
LD 21.
Sorry, Madam Clerk. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. Question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The floor amendments fail.
LD 213-00250A, McDougall, 2 amendments.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the amendments be agreed to and speaking to the motion.
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, during the COVID time, I got to spend a substantial amount of time with Reagan and Reagan's little best friend, Morgan, who I call my second daughter. Reagan is sharp as a tack, and Morgan is Mensa bright. So we have some very intense conversations, and I have to defend my positions and be fairly consistent, because if I'm not, they will point it out very rapidly. Mr. President, they refer to me as Father McDougall, the Ancient One, and I tell them they should see some of my colleagues and they would not think I'm so ancient. But, Mr. President, when I looked at this amendment, I said, what would I tell my daughters Reagan and Morgan about this? That we heard earlier there was an amendment for another part of the state to fund some projects that were important there. This is $1 million earmarked to a trail system in Northern Virginia. Mr. President, I'm sure it's a lovely trail system. I'm sure the connections will be benefited by many people, but we heard earmarking like this is not what we should do in this budget, and typically these things would wait for the general session. Mr. President, I think that I quoted those pretty accurately from previous conversations. As we go through this process, Mr. President, and we're talking about spending billions of dollars, this is another indication that money went to certain parts of the Commonwealth for things that part of the Commonwealth found very important. Mr. President, I would think that we would want money going to all parts of the Commonwealth, and we have an open and transparent conversation about where is the best way to spend this money in all of Virginia and not in just certain parts.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak in opposition to the amendment.
Senator's floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, Lake Royal, of course, is really known as the crown jewel of Northern Virginia. If you've ever been to Fairfax County and you haven't been by there, the tourist dollars that come in from Lake Royal are really astounding. I know back in the day, a young lad named Dave Suderline used to jog around the track there when he was on the Robinson High School cross-country team. The bottom line is this is a cultural jewel. And the money's in the budget. Lord knows I've never had really any money in the budget in my 20 years here in the legislature. This is a key trail connection, goes right through the middle of Northern Virginia. This will help tie together the critical eastern and western sides of Fairfax County, thereby bringing together our brothers and sisters on both sides of the county. Bottom line is, this is a worthwhile project. It's a trail connection that has been years unfunded, and money's in the budget. So I hope we'll keep it in there.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Despite the fact that Robinson Cross Country ran around Lake Royal once a week, I do not think this is a great use of the $1 million funds. The senator from Roanoke City and I love our greenway system, and we have several parts of it that still need to be connected. But I would not seek to take borrowed money from the federal emergency funds to do that. And so I hope it won't be the pleasure of the body to do that at Lake Royal, where I did enjoy several runs. I mean, it's not even the lake in Fairfax I would choose to do this with, but I just don't think it's appropriate.
For what purpose, Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley rise?
Mr. President, after hearing about someone's meager athletic career, do I have any time left to say something?
You have 10 seconds.
10 seconds. All right, now wait. Don't start it yet. Don't start it yet. I'm not ready. Hold on. Hold on.
Okay.
All right.
Start.
Now look, good for thee, but not for me. Now, the reason why I put my stuff in here and we put our stuff in there is because we saw you putting your stuff in there. And I know you want to preserve the last little bit of nature in Fairfax, but let's think about all of Virginia, not just you for once. Okay? Thank you very much, Mr. President. Appreciate
it. Thank the senator. Do any senators in opposition to the floor amendment wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The floor amendments are adopted. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. All those in favor of the motion to adopt the floor amendments will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
17, noes 23.
Ayes 17, noes 23. The floor amendments fail.
LD 213-00301A, McDougal, 2 amendments.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, the body might be happy to know that this is the last of my amendments, and I would move that they be agreed to.
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, this might be the last, but it is one that I think is very important to Virginia. Mr. President, when I looked at this amendment, I had to have staff confirm what I believed it was, and this amendment is the $300 federal supplement to unemployment benefits. Mr. President, that is the money that's paid on top of what the state benefit is if you're unemployed, and that's $300 a week. Mr. President, in my area, businesses are struggling. They're struggling because they can't find employees. I actually threw 400 bales of hay on Friday with a gentleman because he said he had no employees. In his mid-60s, hot as fire, and he had to get the job done. Mr. President, businesses, restaurants, manufacturing, retail, hospitality, all parts of the Commonwealth are struggling. They can't stay open for full hours. Some of them can't even open because they cannot get employees. Mr. President, we should not continue with the stay-at-home fee for people who do not want to take advantage of the job opportunities that are so prevalent now across the Commonwealth. This is the legislature saying we are not in favor of that additional $300 unemployment benefit a week. And businesses, you can get employees.
Thank the Senator. With minute 15 remaining on that position, Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw.
Mr. President, I would hope that everybody would vote against it. First off, the information you got is a little bit off center, to put it mildly. Much of this money has already been spent. And even with this money that's in here now, this ends September 4th. So you're looking at less than 30 days, or about 30 days. And there'll be a 30-day notice, but September the 4th is when it's scheduled to expire. So I would hope that since some of this money, or a fair amount of it's already been spent, I would hope that we would vote no on this.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The floor amendments fail. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. Those in favor of adopting the amendments will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 21.
Ayes 18, noes 21. The floor amendments fail.
LD 213-003-03A, Reeves, 6 amendments.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that we take these up in a block.
Without objection. Senator,
thank you, Mr. President. Asking for the passage of the bill. Speaking to that the amendment. Mr. President, this amendment strictly is pretty definable, as it takes $2.5 million away from the Attorney General, his office, to study gun violence. Mr. President, I would tell you, in 2016, we know what this Attorney General wanted to do with law-abiding citizens and their concealed carry. And I would hope that this chamber, again, would make sure that we don't give him more money to do the same thing by taking away good guns from law-abiding citizens. The other thing I would tell you is it's pretty simple to understand why there is so much gun violence happening in our cities, in our towns, and our counties, and that's simply because there aren't enough cops on the street because of what's transpired over the last year and a half and what we've faced and what our law enforcement has faced in this country. Mr. President, I would just tell you, we talk about a lot of money, and we just talked about $1 million going for a trail around a park. I will tell you, $2.5 million would be better spent in those that wear the cloth and a badge each and every day. And with that, Mr. President, I would yield to some of my colleagues who wish to speak to this.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D-Staff, rise?
Mr. President, speaking to this measure.
Senator's the floor.
And Mr. President, I'll tell you another reason that we have a rise in gun violence. David Allen Simpkins. He was previously convicted of an astounding 56 felonies and violent crime spree that included armed robbery, abduction, and a number of sexual offenses. And Mr. President, he was given 76 years. Our parole board released him without serving 76 years. The parole board provided Pulaski County only 5 days' notice of his release, not even close to the 21 days. He was just 57 years old. Within 13 months, he committed armed robberies again. In fact, in total, he committed 30 new offenses after his release, and all while he was supposedly on post-release supervision. Mr. President, the reason we have such an increase is we keep letting these prisoners out of jail so they can go and do it again and reoffend. It's ridiculous what the parole board has done. It's ridiculous that we're continually allowing them to do it. Mr. President, I'll yield to the next person that'd like to speak on this. Thank you.
With 42 seconds remaining on that position, for what purpose does the Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker, rise?
Mr. President, I would like to address this issue here and speak in opposition to the floor amendment.
Senator, it's the floor.
Yes, Mr. President, I wanted to just explain a little bit about what the program is that the Attorney General has been operating. They've received funding from a foundation to try to intervene between different groups that were combative and they've have been successful in reducing retaliatory gun violence when one group has initiated it. They have it, I think, in a couple of jurisdictions in the Commonwealth right now, including the city of Norfolk, and have found it very successful in reducing the retaliatory gun violence, and want to be able to spread it to other areas. And it's certainly a program that is working now, and I think it would be unwise not to fund this in the budget. So I would hope that we would vote no on this issue.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw?
Speak against the amendment.
Senator's the floor.
I can't believe what I just was hearing from over there. The problem with gun violence in America, in Virginia is not our parole board. Just a few numbers for you. We're 4% of the world's population. We're 25% of the people behind bars on this planet. Okay? In addition to that, well, we're 4% of the people on this planet. We have 43% of all the guns on this planet in circulation, not held by the military or police forces. The nearest gun homicide country to us in the Western world or Western civilization is Germany. We've averaged over the last decade about 3.7 gun homicides per 100,000. Per 100,000. Germany is the nearest to us with 0.36. 0.36. England, 0.08. Okay? We got a little problem here, not just in Virginia, but all over the country. And the problem isn't the parole boards. The problem ought to be, staring everybody right in the face. We passed a lot of bills in the 2020 session. We didn't take guns from anybody. We made it a little more difficult to get those guns, but we're nowhere near what they have to go through to get them in Europe. And quite frankly, this $2.5 million probably isn't enough, but we definitely should have it in there. Some of the places, as you heard from Senator Barker, they're using this, and it's beginning to work. But we got a big problem in this country, and it's not parole boards.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise with 42 seconds remaining?
Mr. President, speak in favor of the amendment.
Senator's the floor.
Violent crime is skyrocketing in the Commonwealth of Virginia, all over the state. This, ladies and gentlemen, is nothing but window dressing. Every time that my friends on the other side of the aisle talk about reducing gun crimes or taking away more guns, they are the best gun salesmen in America. And this is window dressing. It is going to do nothing but pretend like something is being done to address the problem when the legislation that we passed over the course of the past year has exacerbated the problem. $2.5 million ain't going to fix it.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose? Okay. That would be the time for any proponents of the amendment. So if you are in opposition to the amendment and wish to be heard, please do identify yourself. For what purpose does senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise with 12 seconds left on the position?
Speaking against the amendment.
Senator's the floor.
I want to remind everybody what this money is for. Is evidence-based, community-based programs to address the underlying root causes of crime, including domestic violence, including youth who do not know how to address conflict other than with a gun. There are organizations
Senator's time has expired.
Working on this right now. That's what the money is for.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the floor amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Well, the noes have it. So the floor amendments fail. Okay. Seeing at least 8 hands for a recorded vote. Question is, Will Senate adopt the floor amendments? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. Floor amendments fail.
LD 21300.
Mr. President.
Junior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, having voted on the prevailing side in which we defeated Amendment 21300-192A, that dealing with the maintenance of the spearhead trails, I'd ask that the body reconsider the vote.
Thank the senator. Which senator was the?
Was Senator Hackworth from Tazewell County.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Thanks. We just have one moment to locate. Question is, shall the vote by which the LD identified by the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, failed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close roll.
Ayes 36, noes 2.
Ayes 36, noes 2. The motion is agreed to. The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the body may recall that on the senator from Tazewell's bill amendment ending in 192A, we denied his request to spend $470,000 on the maintenance of the spearhead trails. However, after listening to the very brilliant and riveting and compelling argument by the senator from Fairfax City regarding how we need to save the jewel at Lake Royal Park, I would ask that the body now support the senator from Tazewell's bill to maintain the jewel spearhead trails as identified in 192A.
Thank the senator. What purpose does the senator from Tazewell, Senator Hackworth, rise?
To make a motion to reconsider my amendment. Yep. Make a motion to pass my amendment.
Senator's floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having previously explained the purpose of this, I would like to just reiterate, this is the crown jewel of Southwest Virginia. This is a very important tourism for our economy, and we would ask members to pass this. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments? What purpose is Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden rise?
Mr. President, checking with the budget, I believe there's already money that's been provided, about $850,000 that could be applied to this. Could we take this by temporarily to check those figures out? There may be another way to fund this.
Any objection? Without objection? Without objection?
No objections.
Without objection, that LD will go by temporarily.
LD 213-00233A, Senator Stanley, 2 amendments.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've grown smarter as I've stood here. I would now move that we take this up in a block first.
Without objection, and the senator has the floor.
And I would move this budget amendment passed. Now that I've learned, I've gotten a lot smarter here. I'm going to employ some of the similar techniques of my good friend, the senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson. This seeks to allow for $828,000 to the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality to be provided to Henry County for the provision of a sewer collection system upgrade, a sewer collection system for a very large employer that we have there. I'm reminded that Senator Surivel's family that grew up in that area used to run around the Henry County sewer collection system growing up for exercise. This sewer collection system, Mr. President, is a real Southside jewel. It's a crown jewel of Southside. It collects the sewer water, does something with it. I don't know. That's why it's so awesome and jewelly. And if it's good enough for a spearhead trail and good enough for a park to save whatever's left of nature in Fairfax, well then this crown jewel that we have in Henry County, this environmental sewer collection system upgrade, is necessary as well. So I move again for its passage. Thank you, Mr. President.
Passage acceptance. Oh, passage. I get it.
Thank the senator. With a minute 50 remaining on that position, do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The floor amendments fail.
So close. They flushed it.
LD 213-0.
They flushed my amendment.
Senator from
LD 213-00173A. Senator Newman, 3 amendments.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask that 173A and 174A go by temporarily.
Without objection, those 2 LDs will go by temporarily.
LD 213-00176A. Senator Newman, 1.
Mr. President, I move that the amendment pass and speaking to the motion.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, earlier in the day, we looked at the gentleman from Hanover's amendment that would speak to which funds would be funded. This one goes directly to the question of the $300 that is paid in additional unemployment compensation. Mr. President, as most of you know, we did the right thing. The federal government did the right thing with restaurants, hotels, and other facilities because they closed due to the pandemic. Today, Mr. President, the opposite is true. Restaurants, hotels, and others are closed because government has overreacted. Mr. President, as a direct result of the additional enhanced payments, there are many individuals, many companies that simply cannot get employees today. Mr. President, there are a number of malls throughout the country that close at 5 and 6 o'clock, not because of the pandemic, but because simply the government is paying people more not to go to work than to go to work. Mr. President, I know that there will be some that will say that the time frame is short because it requires a 30-day notice. I think by passing this, we do a couple of things. One, we send notice that we would like for individuals to be able to go back to work and not be paid to stay home. And two, we also indicate that for any future funds, which Congress is currently considering what our policy would be. So, Mr. President, with that, I would hope that we would pass the amendment.
Thank the senator. The minute 43 remaining on that position. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The floor amendments fail. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. All in favor of the motion to adopt the floor amendments will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Any senator desire to change their vote? We'll close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 20, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 19, noes 20, Rule 36-1. The floor amendment fails.
LD number 21300206A, Senator Newman, 2 amendments.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that the amendments be agreed to, but also, Mr. President, I make a motion that the under Rule 47A7 that we extend the limit of debate to 15 minutes on each side.
Question is?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
It is Senator has the floor. It's a non-debatable motion, but the Senator has the floor.
I'm sorry?
That's a non-debatable motion.
It's a parliamentary inquiry.
That's what I said, but the Senator has the floor. I'm alerting everyone. Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate has already adopted a policy. Does the current extension of 3 minutes need to be expired prior to the request of an extension of time?
No. And to further clarify, the motion just made by Senator Newman to extend the time for debate would be just with regard to this LD, and it would be for 15 minutes on either side if it were successful.
Yes, sir.
The question is, shall the motion to extend the limit on debate be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The motion fails. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. Question is, shall the motion to extend the limit on debate to 15 minutes per side be adopted? All those in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. Motion fails. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that the amendment be agreed to and speaking to the motion.
Senator's floor.
Mr. President, as many of you have heard, our local school divisions are struggling with what the term CRT actually means. Critical race theory has meant a lot of things to
Mr. President,
a lot of different.
Parliamentary inquiry. We're debating this amendment about local police funding. Isn't that right?
206A?
Yes, 206A.
Mr. President, the gentleman is right. I apologize. Thank you. I was looking to get ahead. Mr. President, as it relates to the police funding, Mr. President, earlier today we did, I think, what is the right thing, and that is we extended to our sheriff's deputies a $5,000 bonus. And also, as most of you know, what we have also done by now is the state police have been given additional funds in the current budget. Mr. President, the only group that really does primary law enforcement is our local police. So if you represent a city that has a police department, there is no current funding within this budget, not with the 1,000, not the 5,000, and this would correct that. Mr. President, in this amendment, we've done what we've often done, and that is that we have asked the localities to match a portion. Mr. President, on the matching of a portion of this, they would be required to put in $2,500 of the $5,000 bonus, and we would pay the rest. As some of you know, this ends up being about $30 million instead of the $27.5 million, because in the amendment it does have us paying both sides of FICA. Mr. President, I think this is a basic fairness question. And if you are an individual that represents a city, it is a critical question for you. I mentioned earlier when we talked about the Sheriff's Department, the problem that we've had in one particular city where you've ended up with 20 positions that weren't available, only 11 people available to go out on the runs because of those limited number, and because of the difficulty that we've had thus far with some of the requirements with those that need mental assistance, we've actually cut that number nearly in half. Mr. President, I'm very, very concerned that we would send a message out that actually our local police departments are different than our sheriffs, or that they are different than our state police. Mr. President, the last point I would make is that these individuals are currently being recruited by the state police and others, and if we don't do something today, I'm afraid this will be a leaping point that these local police will go to other agencies. So I would hope that we would approve the amendment.
Thank the Senator. About 10 seconds remaining on that position. For what purpose, Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking against the amendment.
Senator, the floor.
In my ongoing discussions with the state police, one of the critical problems they keep reiterating is the fact that they're in competition with local police departments for personnel. Someone sometimes graduates from the State Police Academy and within days have joined a local police department because they pay more. So essentially what this amendment would do is put us in competition, put our state police in competition with local police authorities, because they already pay in excess of what the state police do, I assume, even with the $5,000 bonus we're giving them. So we're putting our state police in competition with local police, and we're improving both sides simultaneously, and that's not a good direction to go in. We need to reject this amendment and be satisfied with the work we did for the state police.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments? With 10 seconds remaining, Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I would just say please treat our police officers as fairly as we have treated our sheriffs and also our state police.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The floor amendments are adopted. Now, seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. Question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The floor amendments fail.
LD 213-00256A, Senator Newman, one amendment. 254, I'm sorry.
It's okay. 254.
The noise was distracting.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, as we had discussed before, this is the critical race theory
Mr.
amendment.
President.
For what purpose, Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Senator's the floor.
As with the prior parliamentary inquiry I made, and also Senator Norman's parliamentary inquiry, I would ask whether or not 213-00254A is A, within the ambit of the governor's call for us to be here? B, the procedural resolution? And C, is it germane to the budget itself? 3 objections. I would ask that question.
And Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, in the previous discussions from the gentleman earlier, there was a discussion about whether or not this had previously been before the legislature.
Mr. President, point of order. Could we get a ruling on the parliamentary inquiry prior to further discussion of this?
I think he's right. Correct.
Thank you.
Good to go? All right. With regard to the parliamentary inquiry concerning the LD before the Senate, the chair rules that it's not properly before the Senate.
Mr. President.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I'd like to appeal the ruling of the chair.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the...
Mr. President.
Is that...
Speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, in the earlier discussion as it relates to the issue of whether something is germane or not, the gentleman from James City spoke somewhat eloquently about whether or not he was a first impression before the General Assembly. In fact, this is an item that has been before the General Assembly over the last couple of sessions, and I believe that it is also properly before us today. The item related to student athletes and their likeness has not come before the General Assembly, has not had any type of public hearing, and this, I think, is a good bit different. So, Mr. President, respectfully, I would hope that we would appeal the ruling of the chair.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the motion? All right, and just again for purposes of clarity, a yes vote would indicate agreement with the ruling of the chair that it's not properly before the body. A no vote would go against the ruling of the chair, ruling that it would be properly before the body. So, hope that's clear. Question is, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? All those in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The ruling of the chair is sustained. The amendment is not properly before the body.
LD 21300-256A, Senator Newman, 1.
Mr. President, I would like to withdraw that amendment. It was the student-athlete amendment that was discussed by the senator from Hanover, and it was not properly before us.
Thank the senator. Without objection, that amendment is withdrawn.
LD 21300-265A, Senator Newman, 3 amendments.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I'd like to withdraw item number 265A, all 3 amendments.
Thank the senator. Without objection, those amendments are withdrawn.
LD 21300-266A, Senator Newman, 2.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, this amendment, I think, is extremely important. It is actually an amendment that was put in by the senator from Bath in part, and basically the amendment would do something about the TDO ECO issue. Mr. President, we have seen in recent days that the TDO issue is absorbing a large percentage of our police officers and our sheriff's departments. Mr. President, we met with all of the people in our Central Virginia region, the law enforcement agencies from all over the area. The number one issue that they brought up was this issue. Mr. President, what this would do is this would take the amendment that the senator from Bath had before for about $3.3 million, and it would actually urge, with $6 million now, an emergency contract to be developed with the transportation providers. Mr. President, it also would say that those transportation providers could actually be with the individual during a time they may be at a hospital or another location. Mr. President, the other portion of this bill is also extremely important. It's $12 million. The $12 million in this case is actually going to be used to encourage ex-law enforcement individuals in good standing to be able to be rehired to be administered for the TDO and ECO process. Mr. President, if this was to happen, then the department would be responsible for coming up with the mechanism whereby the fundings could be distributed. It could then be distributed to police departments and also to sheriff's departments. Mr. President, I would tell you that right now we have a crime problem. We can debate why we have a crime problem, but I'll tell you that right now we have an enforcement problem that is created by the fact that we have many of our officers that are out on TDO and ECOs currently. This would go a long way. I know the sheriffs and the police both support this, believe that it would be a great help to try to fix this problem. Ultimately, we're going to have to come in with, I think, the Deeds Commission and otherwise and do something large on this issue. But at least for this, it would give us $18 million immediately to deal with the problem in 2 separate ways. Mr. President, I would hope that you would adopt the amendment.
Thank the senator. With 30 seconds remaining on that position.
Mr. President.
For what purpose? The senator from Bath, Senator Dean.
If I could speak to the amendment.
Senator, the floor.
The gentleman identified a very serious issue. It's one, and as he said, that we've looked at, and the first part is something we've just started, and we're continuing to look at. The second part about the retired officers, it might be a good idea, it might not be a good idea. I would ask you to reject this amendment and allow us to continue to think about this and come up with a better proposal, hopefully by January.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the amendment.
Senators, the floor, 30 seconds.
Mr. President, I have heard from every one of my sheriffs, and we have made a lot of effort on mental health. And, you know, maybe it's a good thing, maybe it's a bad thing we're having TDOs, Mr. President. I think it's a good thing because it's keeping those folks from probably going to jail for a crime or something else. But the problem is these deputies can't just drop them off at the doorstep. They have to stay with them hours upon hours upon hours, which means those calls for service that are critical calls are not getting answered because we are babysitting those who need mental help. Mr. President, the time to act is right now, not wait any longer. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any senators opposing the floor amendments wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The floor amendments fail. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. All those in favor of adopting the floor amendments will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The floor amendments fail.
LD 213-00267A, Newman, 2 amendments.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I'd like to withdraw this. This is similar to the gentleman from Rockingham's related to voter education.
Thank you, Senator. Without objection, that LD is withdrawn.
LD 213-00288A, Newman, 3 amendments.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I'd like to withdraw this amendment. It is the same amendment that these gentlemen from Southern Fairfax had related to landlords with 4 or less units.
Thank you, Senator. Without objection, that LD is withdrawn.
LD 213-00289A, Newman, 1 amendment.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I would like to withdraw this amendment. It is similar to the gentleman from Hanover related to spending authority of the governor.
Thank you, Senator. Without objection, that LD is withdrawn.
LD 213-00287A, Senator Stanley, 2 amendments.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that these 2 amendments be taken in block.
Without objection, the Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the body. You'll remember we had a center aisle presentation some number of years ago celebrating a great family out of Danville, the Wendell Scott family. Wendell Scott, as you remember, was the Jackie Robinson of NASCAR. He broke the color barrier. Not only that, he won a NASCAR race, the Grand National race, and was denied the trophy. And NASCAR is about to do a wonderful thing and give him that trophy he deserved to his family. Unfortunately, Wendell Scott will not be able to hold the trophy that he so earned, but his family will. And we're putting together a museum to celebrate his life, the pioneer that he was. And quite frankly, it's going to not only increase tourism in Danville, but celebrate the life of a great man and the family of a great man. And so what this budget amendment seeks is out of those tourism dollars that we've allocated, $500,000 from the Virginia Tourism Authority appropriation for the Wendell Scott Museum to be located in Danville, Virginia. Let's celebrate one of the great heroes in my life, one of the great families that I am honored to know, and one of the great moments in history in breaking the color barrier in NASCAR. So I ask that this budget amendment pass, and I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. With a minute 47 remaining on that position, do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments? Seeing none, question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Floor amendments fail.
LD 213-00168A, Norman, 3 amendments.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I respectfully ask that that budget amendment be withdrawn. It's been previously addressed in other amendments that were rejected.
Thank you, Senator. Without objection, that LD is withdrawn.
LD 213-00269A, Norman, 2 amendments.
From James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I respectfully move that the amendment be adopted. And speaking to that amendment, sir.
Senators, the floor.
This is fairly self-explanatory. It's a $5 million appropriation for the creation and support of a hospice and palliative care in Hampton Roads. It's directed primarily towards adolescents. There's been a very successful program in one part of Hampton Roads, but not on the other side of it, and I'd respectfully ask that it be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. 2.5 minutes remaining on that position. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Floor amendments fail.
The next item has no LD. It's NIL. Senator Norman, one amendment.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I would respectfully request that the remaining of the budget amendments that I've introduced be withdrawn.
Without objection, remaining LDs from Senator Norman will be withdrawn.
LD 213-00242A, Senator Stanley, one amendment.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Luckily, this is my last amendment. You'll notice on the top left corner, it first said Senator McDougal. That was stricken, and Senator Stanley, whose name was put on it. So you will not have to hear about how my daughter asked Diddy, why don't we help some small businesses with the unemployment time and a half? This was with relation to the HB 2063, which was supposed to create a cause of action in state court for overtime disputes. We were told at the time that it was not going to eliminate some of the federal exemptions for those overtime where time and a half would have been given or would not have had to be given. But the bill was just supposed to give someone a way to get into state court to bring in their overtime claim. But what we discovered is that the statute eliminated several of those federal exemptions that apply to local governments and businesses. There are categories of businesses that have federal exemptions under the Fair Labor Standards Act, but those have been eliminated in HB 2063. So therefore, what this language does is simply this. It provides additional employers to assert exemptions to the Virginia Overtime Wage Act for employees who otherwise meet the exemption criteria set forth in the Federal Fair Labor Standards Act, and to set overtime pay for certain employees at a rate consistent with the FLSA. And Mr. President, having been the seatmate of the senator from Hanover, Diddy approves of this amendment, and I ask that you approve of it as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. About a minute and a half remaining on that position. For what purpose does the Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to state my opposition by saying I'm actually in favor of this, and I hope we adopt it. The bottom line is, thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that's important. It gives flexibility back to businesses, not just local governments that used different types of pay, performance-based pay. This actually helps employees. It doesn't necessarily lock them into time and a half, but allows them to work and make money and decide how they want to receive that money. And I think this is actually a good fix. We didn't mean to wipe out those exemptions in FLSA, and I think we did that inadvertently, and this simply brings them back and allows more flexibility to our businesses. So please vote for it.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendment? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted.
LD 213-00275A, Senator Ruff, two amendments.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that they be agreed to in a block. This is amendment is
objection
before you at the request of Dinwiddie County. The amendment provides $250,000 to the American Legion Post 120 to make necessary renovations to the post building to assist with the sheltering needs for the homeless veterans in that community.
Thank the Senator. 2.5 minutes remaining on that position. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. Floor amendments fail.
LD 213-00244A, Senator Suderline.
Mr.
7
President.
amendments.
Mr. President.
Sorry, Senator from Bass.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Senator's the floor.
I would ask if this amendment is germane to the bill.
Is that a question?
Parliamentary inquiry.
I'm happy to tell him it is. It's an appropriation bill that deals with appropriations for the upcoming election. The conduct of that election is very much germane to it.
We will address the Senator's parliamentary inquiry. Thank you. Yeah, please stay close. Stay close. All right. This president. Senate will come to order. Senators will please take their seats.
I don't think they heard you.
Okay. Senators will please take their seats. The question currently before the body regards a parliamentary inquiry into whether or not the LD under consideration, as proposed by Senator Suderline, is germane. The chair rules that the LD is germane and may be considered.
All right. Thank you,
Mr.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Senate consider the amendments before us in a block.
Without objection, and the senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the amendment. Speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very important effort. We have seen the work that people are willing to do to try to cast doubt on election results that they do not like. And several bad actors have been willing to do several things with that. One of the things that's most unfortunate that makes it easy to do that is the way absentee votes are counted right now. They're counted in large central absentee pools that are very murky, and they'll report much later. This amendment makes it so that those individual votes will be counted by their precinct. This is something that the Senate adopted on a 38-1 vote during the regular session. This is something that we very much need to do, and we need to do it now because we should not allow another election to be questioned. If you do not like the discussions with folks that are trying to undermine our election results, and this is a great opportunity for you to help make it very clear what our election results are in these absentees. I hope it'll be the pleasure of the body to adopt it.
Thanks. Senator, with a minute 40 remaining on that position. Senator from Bath, Senator Dees.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I hope you will reject this amendment. This is an issue we considered this past session, and the senator is correct. We passed the idea, and frankly, I agree with the policy. But this bill did not survive both sides, or this idea in its current form did not pass both sides. It was turned into a study before the Board of Elections, which is to return in November. It was turned into a study in large part because your local registrars don't have the means right now in every part of the state to carry this out, and they don't have the money. So if we put this down, it will not become law, and it will not become law because it's just not practical at this moment, and I would ask you to reject this amendment.
Senator, for what purpose is the junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to speak in favor of this floor amendment.
With the minute 40 remaining on the position, Senator has the floor.
I just simply want to say it is imperative that we restore voter confidence in every Virginian. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendments?
Mr. President, if no one else. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline, with a minute 28 remaining.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope it'll be the pleasure of the Senate to sustain our position and to do what we can to restore confidence in the elections. We do not want to go through a major gubernatorial election and then have questions after it. This is a great thing to do, and when it's suggested that our jurisdictions can't do it, I know that Senators Cosgrove and Spruill have a lot of confidence in and pride in their local jurisdiction, but I don't think their Chesapeake is the only place that can do this in the Commonwealth. Chesapeake has shown it can be done, so can the rest of the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the floor amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The floor amendments fail. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. Question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of adopting the floor amendments will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The floor amendments are adopted.
Returning to page 1. LD 21300-271A, Senator Peterson.
Madam President.
No, wait a minute. We're not.
1 sec. Sorry, Senator.
It's 274.
I'm sorry. Mr. President, Madam Clerk.
That's okay. 1 sec.
If we go in order of the list, we go back to Hackworth's The Spearhead Trail, which is the third one.
Oh, okay.
So it's number 3, the third one.
19. I'm sorry, I had the wrong LD number. We go back to Senator Hackworth on page 1. The third LD 21300-192A. 2 amendments.
Senator from Tazewell, Senator Hackworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to renew my motion for passage of this amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? For what purpose, Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. There's $850,000 appropriated for this trail. We're unsure at this point, after discussions with staff, whether they're, are burning through their money too quickly because of issues. I think this could be said about any number of trails and parks and outdoor venues that Virginia operates all over the Commonwealth. If they are going to be burning through their cash a little too fast, there are certainly ways to fix that. In January, there's federal resources, other state resources that can be accessed or can be put in the general fund. So it's a little bit confusing right now, and I would ask that we reject the floor amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Floor amendments are rejected.
Senator Peterson, 21300-274A.
Madam Chair, or Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
I believe that was the amendment that had to do with the 4 or fewer, so I believe that we can withdraw. It's already been handled. So I'd make that motion.
Without objection, that LD will be withdrawn.
On page 2, 21300-260A, Senator Hanger. There are 2 amendments.
Mr. President, I would ask that that amendment be withdrawn.
Without objection, that LD will be withdrawn.
And then LD 21300-173A, Senator Newman. 3.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Abbott.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Senators, the floor.
I would ask if the topic of the amendment falls outside of the governor's call for the special session and the procedural resolution, and therefore is not germane. And for the following amendment as well.
Okay, we'll start with just 73A. That's okay. Senate will come to order. Presently before the body is a parliamentary inquiry with regard to LD proposed by Senator Newman. The question is whether or not the amendment is germane. The chair rules that it is not germane.
Mr. President, I would like to appeal the ruling of the chair in speaking of that motion.
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, school divisions all over Virginia are trying to interpret what we meant by this code section. As many of you recall, many Republicans and almost all Democrats or all Democrats voted for this, and it does have policy in it that is very, very reasonable, including bullying, harassment, maintenance of students' records, identification of students, safe and supportive. All is supported, and honestly, it is in almost every school division's policy today. When you get to number 8, related to facilities, there has been a great deal of discussion about that, and it is one that I think needs to be addressed quickly because there are school divisions taking different positions. As many in this room know, there was actually a lawsuit on this that was 3 weeks ago, and in that lawsuit, although the individuals did not have standing, it was indicated that this is just model policy, when in fact in section B says that each school division shall adopt policies that are consistent but may be more comprehensive than the model policy developed by the Department of Education pursuant to subsection A. Well, that is not model, that is required policy, and that has led many school divisions to be in the lurch. Mr. President, I would just tell you that I think, unfortunately, on this ruling is our only opportunity for us to weigh in and indicate to school divisions that it is an optional policy, and what was put actually in the section B is an optional item, such as the model policy and not a mandatory policy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the motion appealing the ruling of the chair? Seeing none, the question is, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. The ruling of the chair is sustained. The amendments are not germane.
Senator Eben.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Yeah, a parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Senators, the floor.
On the next item, I would inquire again whether the topic falls outside of the governor's call on the procedural resolution and is therefore not germane.
Chair rules that the amendments are not germane.
So Senator Howell.
We're going to do Rose in advance because of the procedural resolution.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading of the title of the bill be dispensed with.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading of the title of the bill be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The rules are suspended, and the third constitutional reading of the title of the bill is dispensed with. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I move that the bill pass.
Senator, has the floor.
I move that the bill pass. I think it's been discussed at length, and I think we have a product that we can be very proud of, and I do hope that everyone will vote for this budget bill.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose does the Senator from James City County, Senator Norman, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to incur the wrath of the body. Mr. President, I respectfully ask that we stand in recess until 10 o'clock.
Without a... Is there any objection? Senior Senator
Mr. President,
Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw.
I would ask the senator from James City County, is that 10 o'clock Eastern Standard, Central Standard, and is it tonight or is it 10 a.m. tomorrow morning?
We'll take that as a request for 10 p.m. So without objection, the Senate will stand in recess until 10 p.m.
No, I only had the one box. Oh, one box. We got 21 votes for that. Don't look so normal. You need to ask.
Mr. President, I'm abstaining pursuant to Rule 36, page 5, lines 256 to 261, but voting on SB 7001 as a whole.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 36, I'm abstaining from lines 917 through 921, but voting on the bill, Senate bill, House bill?
Senate bill?
Senate bill 7001 as a whole.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to register an abstention? Seeing none. And Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe, previously made a motion. If you want to reiterate that motion, Senator.
I renew my motion that the bill pass.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is the Senator from James City County, Senator Norman, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the motion, the hour is late, but in the interest of being forthcoming, I would like to say that it is my anticipation that there are going to be some in the body that are going to be disappointed with the vote that is about to take place. And I feel compelled to point out that it is not disrespectful to the incredible effort, energy, and time that the Senate Finance staff has put into it. And candidly, it is really not so much about the substantive provisions of the budget that we have amended. Rather, I believe that the vote you are about to see is going to be a reflection of the frustration and the indignation on the entire process. And due to the hour, I am not going to get into the particulars of that, but I do feel compelled to at least offer a foreshadowing of why you're going to see the vote that you're going to see.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall, rise?
Mr. President, speak to the bill.
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, I know we had some, albeit limited, debate on the bill, but one point that I think is important to reiterate, and I think it's an overarching view of why a no vote should be cast on this bill, and that is because almost $250 million of this budget bill is being unspent, undetermined by the legislature, undiscussed by the public, and just unknown. Mr. President, there are some very good provisions in this bill, but it is our responsibility as members of the Senate, as members of the legislature, to go through appropriations and make decisions. It is important for government to work that the branches uphold their responsibility. Our responsibility is not to see decisions without discussion, without debate, without review, without even knowing to the executive branch. Mr. President, we saw tonight, even through limited debate, that we can agree at times and have differing view at times, but we went through that. The public is aware of it. The media can print it. We can discuss it. And on the campaign trail, we can debate it. But Mr. President, when we choose to spend almost $1 billion without any of that, without any discussion, without any input, without any debate, that's wrong. So, Mr. President, as we go through this process, I'd encourage the members of this body to seriously reflect. It's okay for us to disagree about priorities. It's okay for us to advocate for things that we find important. It is not okay for us to cede that responsibility. It is not okay for us to allow almost $1 billion to be spent with no input from the individuals duly elected by the citizens of Virginia.
What purpose? Senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise.
Speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to tell you, it's been a very disheartening night for me, and I came in with the senator from Fairfax City, the senator from Fauquier, and some others that weren't here, and the whole time that I've been here in this Senate, I've never seen us take an action to limit anybody's debate. We were all elected by a couple 100,000 people to come up here and represent them and advocate for them. And I take that responsibility incredibly seriously. And I don't get up and talk a lot, and I don't debate a lot on things that I don't know about or things that I don't think can be impactful. But I would never ever tell any one of you all that you can't say on the floor of this Senate what you think you need to say to advocate and represent your constituents. And that's very disturbing to me, and it's very disheartening because everybody on that other side of the aisle is a friend of mine. And I count you as a friend and have great respect for you. And frankly, I'd do anything for you. And I'm really shocked at how this came about tonight. What I witnessed was a complete lack of and a disregard for any form of bipartisanship. A complete lack of respect for this institution. A complete abdication of the democratic process, and a complete abdication of this Senate's role in a bicameral legislation in favor of the executive branch. And I'll tell you what, it highlights in the truest sense what I believe are the inherent problems of one-party rule. And it is the citizens of Virginia that will suffer from this, and I will not be a part of it, and I intend to vote against it.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
I had not intended, obviously, to speak this evening on the specifics of the bill, but I would point out to those on the other side of the aisle who are considering voting against it that you are voting against broadband for your constituents. You're voting against school infrastructure improvements for the children in your district. You're voting against funding for mental health for those who desperately need it. You're voting against public safety improvements. You're voting against unemployment assistance. And you're voting against safe water, just to mention a few. But I must tell you, as I have bent over backwards to work with members of your party, I'm not surprised that you've come to this conclusion, because let's face it, at the federal level, the Republicans all voted against this money anyway. Thank you, Mr. President.
What purpose is Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I did not intend to speak until I just heard what I heard, so speaking to the measure.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, when I hear things like that my vote tonight, I'm voting against broadband, after voting year after year after year for broadband. And when I think of broadband in Southwest and Southside Virginia, I don't think about the legislature. They didn't pay for any of that. That's the Tobacco Commission. So I'll be surprised to see how much of this money actually goes to Southwest Virginia. So don't tell me I'm voting against broadband when I vote against this budget. I'm voting for principle. Don't tell me I'm voting against school infrastructure. Year after year, 6 years. I've put in bills for us to address the crumbling schools that we have, not just in the rural areas, but in the inner cities. And this body and the one across the hall has over and over ignored me repeatedly, not funded it repeatedly, kicked the can down the road repeatedly, allowed the problem to exacerbate, get worse, and get more expensive repeatedly. So don't tell me I'm voting against school infrastructure that I've been championing and trying to convince this body and the body across the hall that is a very important issue for the children, for our future, and for our future economy. Don't tell me I'm voting against all these things, because that's why you put it in there. $250 million for an HVAC system as long as there's a one-to-one match. You think that solves the school infrastructure, crumbling schools problem? Give me a break. You think this is going to solve broadband in the rural areas? Give me a break. You remind me of when the Democrat comes up to the stoplight, there's a homeless person, and you give him $1. And it makes you feel good. But it does not solve that homeless person's problem. It makes it worse. It carries it out longer. Let's solve problems. Let's see what the major problems are with the Commonwealth of Virginia and attack those individually. Not throw money around, smattering it around. Special interest here, special interest there. This will get us votes. This will look good on a brochure. And don't tell me I'm voting against broadband, my area, inner cities, or school infrastructure. Don't you dare. No, I'm not. And I've watched you vote against it repeatedly over and over and over. And now you say, look, we've solved our problem. But we throw a little bit of money at it, we can go on and ignore it forever. And feel good, like that $1, when we haven't solved the problem. Solve the problems. Understand our votes. And don't sit there and try to tell me that what my vote is against things that I've been fighting for every day for the last 11 sessions since I've been here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose does the junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for the point of a personal privilege.
We're still doing passage. If the senator wants
passage.
To, yeah.
Okay, then, Mr. President, I vote against passage of this bill. I'm speaking against it.
Senator, the floor.
Thank you. You know, there are no words today, Mr. President, to express how disappointed, gravely disappointed I am that the Senate of Virginia can't, in a bipartisan matter, work together to solve problems. And you wonder why we yell and we scream and we get kicked out of the Senate. It's because we go back home to our constituents who their daily lives are turned up down. And listen, I'm advocating for a full forensic audit. And whether it was a budget amendment or not, y'all would not allow my budget amendment to be in because we had 30 minutes. Basically, I had 30 minutes to get my budget amendment in, and it was not accepted. There was a lot of confusion, and even the request to have a deadline, first of all, at 5 o'clock at night, and then it's 10 o'clock in the morning, was extremely confusing. And to deny a sitting state senator the opportunity to put in a budget amendment when you have so many people back home who don't have confidence in our election process. We have constituents back home who went to cast a vote, my constituents, and it was already cast. Do you care? I do. I care. And I care so much that next week I'm going to South Dakota. I'm going to get the proof that you're looking for. And you can laugh about it. I don't think it's so funny. I don't think it's funny at all. You know, we've become a Marxist state and the laughing stock of our veterans who fought so hard. And you've got You have a guy in special forces sitting up in the balcony here who's almost to the point of tears because he cannot believe the absolute lack of an Americanism that's in this room, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, to not even allow free speech on issues that matter to our constituents. Our governor is not the king. Our folks back home sent us here to represent and to be a voice for our constituents. And you are denying us that opportunity, giving us 3 minutes. Give me a break. $4.3 billion, and you're going to give us 3 minutes? I thought you were for free speech. And you can fill in the blank. I'm excited to see my side of the aisle come into life over here and the passion that I see, and I am ready to fight this Marxism and this communism, this one-party control, and return the power to the people of Virginia. And I'm going to do it with a forensic audit, so help me God. You just wait for it. Thank you, Mr. President.
For what purpose does the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, rise?
You know, Mr. President and members of the Senate, what I just heard would have probably sounded a little better if you both would have started out by saying once upon a time, because I've never heard such fairy tales in my life. And as far as what Senator Stanley had to say, if you really believe in what you said tomorrow, and you have an ounce of intellectual honesty, and you will get on the phone and call the governor and tell him we don't want a dime of your communist money spent on broadband, public schools, or anything else in my district from this bill. If you really believe in what you said, you will call that man tomorrow and tell him my district doesn't need a dime of this. You and I both know you're not going to do that, because this is for sheer theatrics, is what we've seen. And quite frankly, I've been here, let me tell you something, this is my 46th year in the Senate, and I've never seen such...
Point of order, Mr. President.
I'm not going to yield.
I'm not asking to yield. I'm calling for a point of order.
Point of order.
Mr. President, I say this as professionally as I can. For many years, we have refrained from personally attacking one another on the floor. And there are comments that have been made which may be offensive to some, but they've been made in generalities and not directed to a specific senator. And I would say to you, my friend, I would respectfully request that you not direct your remarks to an individual senator and criticize him.
Well, I would say to the senator from James City County, I really don't appreciate being called a communist, okay? And like I said, if there's an ounce of intellectual honesty, those of you who do this ought to get on the phone and call the governor and tell him we don't want a dime of your Marxist money spent in our district. And everybody knows in here you're not going to do that. And that's what's called intellectual dishonesty. I've been here 46 years. I've never heard such nonsense in my life.
For what purpose does Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake, rise?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. To speak to the budget bill.
Senator's floor.
And to some comments that were made earlier. And I'm certainly not going to call anybody names and don't want to create any ill will. And I know it's late in the evening. And it's been a tough week. But there's some comments made about Republicans didn't vote for this money to come here in Washington. And I'll say they didn't, and I agree that the Republican congressman in Virginia did not, and not many, I guess, nationwide. But I will point out that last year, the Republicans sent an enormous amount of money as a result of COVID to all of the states and to all of the people. And a lot of that money has remained unspent. A lot of that money was sent to dead people, sent to companies that make a fortune, sent to lawyers' offices, doctors' offices, who turned out did not need that money. That money still remains unspent. But a lot of it came to the Commonwealth of Virginia and has led to our $2.6 billion surplus. In addition of that money that was sent last year, over $3 billion was spent single-handedly by our governor without any input from the legislature. And so we fixed that. I think everybody realized that's kind of a problem when our governor is spending $3 billion at his will. So we put an amendment in that he would not be allowed to spend this money at his will. And still, we tried to amend this budget bill to keep him from having free rein to spend that money. And that leads to one of the problems with this process. There were no committee hearings. There were no public hearings. The public never had a chance to weigh in when they speak at a committee hearing. In fact, very few members of the Finance Committee were involved in crafting this budget. This budget was crafted by a very small handful of people. And that is one of the big problems with this, without any public hearings and any public output. But the bigger problem remains that we are leaving $800 million to this governor to spend as he wishes. We are abrogating our responsibility, our duties. That is what we are elected for. That's what the House of Delegates are elected for, to appropriate the money. We determine how the money is going to be spent. We did this last year. We let the governor declare a state of emergency that existed for over a year. And we brought bill and resolution, whatever we could, to bring us out of that state of emergency. And the governor ruled by mandate and press conference for well over a year. He then spent $3 billion that came from the federal government, and now you're going to hand him another $800 million to spend as he wishes. That is not our job, to give him the money to spend as he wishes. We are supposed to delegate how that money is spent. We are giving up our sovereignty. The legislature is just completely giving up our rights as a legislature and our duties. It is wrong, and that is why I have a problem with this bill.
What purpose is Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak to the budget.
Senator's the floor.
You know, what's it take to make a good budget? You know, is it 25% of expenditures in a budget that I like that makes it good? Is it 50%, 60%? I don't know where that threshold is, but it is a time-honored tradition in this and other legislative bodies to put items in there that we know are going to be enticing, that we know are going to make it hard for others to vote against a budget. But just because there is 10%, 20%, 30% of the expenditures that I might like doesn't mean that it is a responsible budget or a process that is well run. You know, we have, as the senator from Hanover pointed out, 25% of this budget. 25% of the budget that we're placing in the hands of the executive branch and saying, trust us, trust him. He'll do okay. He'll spend it responsibly. You know, we've had this budget since Friday, I believe. So that's Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and today's Wednesday. That's 5 days that the people of the Commonwealth of Virginia have had to look at this budget. There has been no meaningful committee hearings. There have been no subcommittee meetings. There have been no public hearings. You know, as much as I want to trust that this 25% of this budget is going to be well spent, especially given some of the events and some of the actions that have been taken from the executive branch, frankly, over the course of the past year, I have to confess that I just don't have the same level of trust in placing $1 billion functionally in the hands of the executive branch and saying, go out and spend it as you wish, do good, and Godspeed. It is not enough to point out that there's broadband money in this budget to win my vote. I don't think it should be enough to win anybody's vote. Senator from Hanover is exactly right. We should not place this level of funding in the hands of the executive branch. It is an abdication of our duties, our constitutional responsibilities. I would hope that the members would vote no.
What purpose does the Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the budget, and I'd like to speak to that. I have to say, I am truly perplexed. The budget items that we have worked on, the expansion of broadband, expansion of child care capacity, the G3 program, expansion of mental health services, these were all items that we have been talking about for years. These were items that we had funded in past budgets. These were items that passed with bipartisan support. These were the kinds of investments we as a body decided would keep our state on a good economic trajectory. For the fifth time, second consecutively, we've been named by CNBC as the best place in the country to do business. We're doing something right. We've had lots of debates on these issues, and the senator from Franklin pointed that out. He told us how many times he had worked on the items that are now in this budget in a way that is meaningful, that'll make an impact, and will make a positive difference on the lives of Virginians. I have great respect for my colleagues on the other side, but I have to say, I think you're putting process over substance here. And the money that we have set aside for the governor was just in case we were going to have another emergency. It is called planning and good budgeting. We don't know what's going to happen with this Delta variant. We don't know if we're going to have an emergency that will require quick action. And the governor came back to us with his spending plan the last time we allocated COVID money. I expect the same this going forward. I'm just amazed at this conversation. I have to thank the Finance Committee. I know you worked hard. We were asked to put in budget amendments. Every one of us was given the opportunity to put in budget amendments. Decisions were made, because they have to be made, and now we've got a budget before us. So for us to stand, for some people to stand up and say, this doesn't reflect priorities, then we're not being intellectually honest. I have to say this is one of the best budgets I've seen because we have had money to make investments. We are fixing problems here. I'm proud to vote for this budget, and you should be too, because you were part of this. You've been debating these items for years. Having said that, Madam Chairman, thank you, Senator Howell. Or I should say the senator from Northern Fairfax. I do hope this budget passes.
For what purpose does the senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you. Wow. You know, I hope I can get everything out that I've been thinking over here. have this analytical brain, always kind of observing while I'm living. And I look at this world of politics, and it amazes me how often people want to say what you're saying. I can speak for myself, and I can tell you exactly what I'm saying. And I think we're looking at a budget that, had it been a collaborative effort, would reflect many of the same issues that are in this budget now. In fact, I think it's de facto. We have talked about it, but just because we've debated budgets in the past does not mean no further conversations are necessary. And I can tell you, absolutely, having consistently supported the budgets, I'm not going to support this, and I'm not supporting it because of the process. Majorities come and go, pendulums swing. We have stability based on process, which, by the way, is defined by the Constitution. And I think that we know, as anxious as everybody is to get out of here, you either do it right or you don't do it. And the Constitution expects public input. And and I do too. And my constituents do. And I respect you guys. I like all of you. I consider you friends as well. But right is right and wrong is wrong. You know, I really like when the senator from Bedford talks about truth seeking, because I think if we really seek the truth here, everybody in this room knows that you would not want to be in the position where you had no say. Right is right, wrong is wrong. And I'll tell you what, the way you treat other people is not a reflection on them. It is a reflection on you. And I will be voting against this budget to honor my constituents, because we should not have done it this way. And you know it. Thank you, Mr. President.
For what purpose does the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
To speak to the motion.
Senator, it's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I really like to put some things in context. It was mentioned that, we should call the governor and tell him we don't want his money. This is not his money. I'd like to say it's the taxpayers' money, but it's not even their money. We borrowed all this money. At least we haven't. The federal government has, and it's trickled down to us, but it's still borrowed money. Now, I've been in this legislature for almost 20 years between the House and the Senate, and I have never served on either House Appropriations or the Senate Finance and Appropriations Committee. So for those of us who don't serve on those money committees, a regular budget seems to be smoke and mirrors, because a lot of the things are done during the committee process with open discussion. And even when it comes to us, it's this fat, and everything has a line item, and we can go through and talk about that. But what we have here is $4.3 billion shoved into 18 pages of Senate Bill 7001. I spent a lot of my career as an electrical engineer using microcircuitry. I don't know an engineer or even anybody in Silicon Valley that could try to put that much stuff in a microprocessor of 18 pages. There's very little in this budget that shows where the money's actually going. It's all basically just a big pot of money going to a place. That's a lot of smoke and mirrors. And that's what gives me pause. And to say that all the great stuff that's in this budget, and there are some really good things in the budget, but there's some stuff in the budget that isn't so good either. And the analogy would be, if you're at a restaurant and you get this really nice ice cream sundae, and it has strawberry ice cream and chocolate ice cream and vanilla ice cream, whipped cream and cherries and chocolate sauce. Oh man, that looks good. Wow, it's just perfect. But then a bird flies by, and a little dropping goes into your sundae. Well, it's just a little bit bad, but do you want that sundae with all that good stuff in it? I think not. So I know this has been a difficult process, but I just have to say that there's just not been the discussion that has to be had on this budget. You certainly can't discuss $4.3 billion 3 minutes at a time. So, ladies and gentlemen, obviously I won't be voting for the budget, but I hope this is the last time we see this process, because it really has been pretty disappointing. Thank you.
Do any senators other than the patron wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 7001? Seeing none, Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to remind the various members of the Senate that indeed we did follow a process. We asked each and every senator to send in their priorities. Sadly, only 4 Republicans took the time to let us know what their priorities were and how they thought we should spend this money. And on the side of this side, not everybody did either, but there were 16 members who responded. We took to heart those priorities and struggled mightily to get them. And I was very pleased that regardless of where people were in this state, what region you were from, or which party you were for, they were very similar priorities. And those are the ones we fought for. Now, I've got to admit, it was an unusual process. And the reason was I was getting very strong directives from both sides of the aisle that nobody wanted a repeat of last year, that people wanted a quick process. After all, people have other jobs, and they wanted to get back to them, and they didn't want to have a long process. So we tried over several weeks to put together a proposed budget. And I think if you're honest with yourselves, regardless of where you are in the Senate, where you sit here on the floor, most of your priorities have indeed been met. Now, not all of them, and we'll be back. We'll be back, hopefully, with a robust budget forecast next January, when we can again go through what will be the normal process. But I am not going to apologize for this process. I think it was the best we could do under the circumstances. Everybody had an opportunity to put in their priorities. I'm sorry if you didn't, but that's not on me. So thank you, Mr. President. And with that, I ask that the bill pass.
Senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 7001 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. Senate Bill 7001 passes. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw.
Mr. President, I inquire of the clerk, does that complete the calendar?
Yes, sir.
Don't believe it.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Seeing none, the clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
Tonight, The Committee on Finance and Appropriations will meet upon adjournment in Senate Room 3 in the Capitol. Tomorrow, Thursday, August the 5th, the Democratic Caucus will meet at 11:30 a.m., Senate Room 1. The Republican Caucus will meet at 11. I'm sorry? The Republican Caucus.
11:30.
The Republican Caucus will meet at 11:30 in Senate Room 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Seeing none, I call on the Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 12 noon on tomorrow.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will stand adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.